Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome. It's been quite a bit. Heck yeah, hope you are doing good. Hi Forgetful, hi Jameson, hi Solar, and hi Narix, and hi Snowwolf. Welcome, hope you are doing good. I woke up too early today. Well, for a reason. I have to go to the hospital to get my medication real quick, so I have to wake up early. But it's nothing bad though, right? I'm still... Okay, look, I may or may not have drank. I may or may not have drank 2 big cups of coffee. Okay, just right. I had a lot of coffees this morning. A lot of coffees, right? That's a word now. So yeah, I mean, I'm feeling like half drunk, sort of. Half drunk. I don't know. Kobo not. Oh god, I'm getting numb. Oh no. But yeah, I still hope you are doing good. No redeem shoulder. It's going to be postponed for quite a long time because I have a bit of a work that I need to be doing here. Because of the coffee donation, I have a full model and two busts I need to make. So after I'm done with that, then I'll do the redeem shoulder again. I assume you meant the 150k point thing. Yeah, I assume you meant that one. And casually simping in the group hunt. I'm gonna show that my great sword is so good against fucking 80 oof tuna. I like it so much. I was shouting last night, and then my mom comes in my room and is like, "Hey, 怎么?" It's so good though. I'm using great sword, and I got it in like 12 minutes, I think. Yeah, 12 minutes. It's so good. New emergency hospital, what happened? No. I just went to hospital this morning to get my medication. So yeah, I wish you a good recovery. Thank you. It's for my diabetes type 1, which is a forever kind of thing, but hey, I appreciate the sentiment. I also went to a skincare, like a skin specialist about 3 days ago. Yeah, 3 days ago. I went to a skin specialist because I have like my nails were fucked up and they think that it could be fungal infection. So that's why they got it checked. Currently still waiting for a result. I'll know 2 months after. So hey, for now I'll just take care of the nails and shit. Should be fine. Hunt Kobo for 12 minutes. Straight non-stop? Ayo. Hey, as a Kobo, I like that. Being hunted by a Daikon? Oh my god. I like Daikon. You know, honestly, at some nights before I sleep, I always thought to myself that, hey, it would be nice that I can be a Daikon or some sort, right? But then recently, the dream went from that to now I want to be a kobold and then being held being held by a dragon. I think that's much better. I went from wanting to be a dragon, now I want to be a kobold. And then I want to be held by a dragon always. Character development, I guess. There's a character development, and I just realized that I like being called Lil Kobold as well, right? Just Lil in general. It's nice, I like it. No shame. No shame. At this point, no shame already, okay? I'm gonna admit to so many things when I'm half drunk right now. Even though I'm not drunk, I'm more like... I'm more like... sleep drunk. Maybe, I don't know. I'm sleep. Just want to be a Kobo-mounted dragon. Yeah, I mean that does sound pretty nice. What? Come unleash my dragon, ayo. Ayo. I'm gonna open up Monsanto Wilds real quick. I forgot how to stream already. Wow. Wait, no, here. Oh, it's this thing. Yeah, I forgot. Boom. It's been how many days? 3 days? I already forgot how to stream. Very nice. Okay, let me close this. I'm gonna open up Monhan. I mean, I always find Coral and Leash kind of hard. Excuse me for today, okay? I am like so sleepy. I am so sleepy, oh my god. But like, I'm not sleepy to the point where I just want to go to bed. You know, like, I'm sleepy, but then you drink coffee, and then you're like, yeah, yeah, half asleep, but still awake. That kind of feel. Group hunting, or are you just gonna chill solo today? I want to solo a few times for the AT Oof Tuna, and then maybe we're gonna farm a bit of a Seragios armor and weapons, I guess. Seragios, Lagiacrus, yeah. Kyojin or Kobo. Ooh. I'm not wearing that. I'm not wearing it for now. See, now every time I open up this game, there's like a shaded compilation. I'm seeing you to wear. Oh, you just want... I mean, we're waiting for the... I'll go get it. Look, we're waiting for the shaded compilation, okay? It's fine. What if I do it here? Can you guys give it here? Ding ding ding. There, I think you guys might have heard it. I don't know. Before anyone asks, yes, I have a collar. And cat bell sounds. I don't know what... Like, I don't know what kind of bell sounds are there, but I do know there are bell sounds. Just bells in general. But I don't know if it's like cat or dog or cow. I mean, I know cow bell because I heard the Moo Meadow from Mario Kart. I know that one at least. Also, the game runs so much better now. I'm so glad. Is Lossless Game the one that constantly makes your game recompile shaders? I don't think so. I don't think it's that, because I have lossless scaling for a long time now. Even for the start, when I started playing this game at first, I already have lossless scaling. Lossless scaling is good. It makes the game runs at like 30, but then I don't know how to like capture that screen for y'all. Yeah, I don't think I can share that screen, because you guys will only see 30 FPS whenever, whichever screen that I try to capture. Maybe if I capture, not display capture, but Windows capture? Yeah, I also don't know. Does lossless scaling mean you get freedom from 4-panel comics? Freedom from 4-panel comics? I don't know what that means. I think I can go for window mode. Yeah. Window mode, I can see everything more sharper. Oh. I'll do private lobby and I'm gonna great sword my way to victory a few times. See, maybe I can get A rank again. You never know. I think for last night's run, I died once. Yeah, I died once and then do everything pretty good. Then I get the A rank. Barrel bowling? I haven't done barrel bowling in a while. Wait a minute. Wasn't there like a Mizu beach ball? Oh. Wait, that's so stable? No, not this one. Wait, that works? I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it. Yeah. Oh, it's the morning. Mizu can use combo like beach ball. Honestly, any dragon can, since I'm so small. Maybe it only works during like a real match. Eh. Oh, nay, there it is. Oh my god, it's Mizu. It's so cute too, the art is so good. Okay, can I do this again? What if I throw it like this? Boom! Oh. Why didn't you bounce? Oh shit, I threw away this round. Shit. Go! Why? I got 14 points. I'm so good. I got 14 points. Sudden sunlight? Who? What? Wait? Oh. It's so bouncy, what the fuck? Hey, Mizu ball. What if I throw it from here? Alright, make way, make way, make way, make way, asshole, make way. Okay. I'm gonna just throw my ball here. Boom! Oh, that's not gonna work. Wait, that works? Oh! Holy shit, I'm the best. Wait, do I throw from the back? I guess I throw from the back. I guess I throw from the back. I'll try one more time. Mizu? Yeah. What if I throw from, like, here? Is that too far? Go! Hey, oh my god. Oh, it's so shit though. Wait, maybe? Explode there? Oh my god, that's actually perfect. Okay. And then this time I'm gonna go from... Just now I throw it here, right? From here until the middle. If I can hit the middle one, I might be able to get an A here. Go. That's a good roll, no? Explode. Is that 500? No, that's too far. Yeah. Oh, so close. A is too hard to get. Alright, we could. Let's go play a little bit of, like... Let's go farm a little bit of tuna. So my set was... I used this and this. This and this, yeah. Oh, not this one. This one. Yeah, use this one. This one... One burst max counter strike. Oh yeah, I play with peak performance. I forgot. So peak performance I used max potion as well. This one, yeah. Oh, get that thigh. Okay. Hi Zeus. Oh, you. Pop dance. Just looking at Kitty. Oh my god. I'm angry. Uh-oh, what happened? Nice. Okay, wait. I'm gonna get that thigh while we look at Kitty dance, okay? Well, Luggy plush, anyway. You weren't here to stream when I was angry yesterday, so now I'm angry. But I don't stream on Wednesdays. It's okay. Angie Zeus could hold. Would holding a Kobo makes you feel great? Makes you feel good? Question mark. Would that help? Ow. Oh, actually, I know this is so weird, but I'm gonna take the tiniest of break, real quick. This is so weird. Wait, give me a second. Wait, no. I'm gonna... There we go. I'll be right back very quick. Yeah, just... Oh. Just a little bit. Just a few minutes maybe? I'll be right back. Did I move the camera? I'm back. Cool. Okay, there we go. Now we can fight. What meal did I eat? I don't remember what meal. I think it's okay. So long as I have meal effect, then it should be good. I really need to disable Steam overlay for Monster Hunter. When people play games, I just cannot see anything. No, okay, disable. Hopefully this works while I was still in game. Okay, there we go. Does this save my record? Oh wait, I have a 13-minute? With longsword, is that? Is it longsword or greatsword? Wait, I already got A? Even before last night? Holy shit. I mean, hell yeah then, I guess. Alright, let's do it again. I already ate the things that I need to eat. Let's do it. I'm allowed to be irrational. Were you irrational though? I feel EB. Oh. Oh yeah, also I'm going back to badminton tonight, so I have to end stream slightly earlier than usual, I think. Question mark? Maybe. But then it's a nighttime thing, so it's fine. Let's go. I got this, I think. Oh! Oh, cannot block twice. I forgot. Ayun. Oh, I thought that was a mega flop. I'm getting bullied. Oh my god, of course you want to attack there. Oh, this bitch is pissing me off. That was quick though. Well, why are you moving so weirdly this round? I can't even get the offset timing out of this one. There we go. Couldn't block. I thought I got the hand. I'm dead! I'm not dead! Low. Block. There. Oh, what happened? Oh, I thought I can dodge that one. Unfortunate. Getting so many weird timings out of this one. Yeah. That was kind of a bad fight. Usually speed times with grades where you sleep, if I remember. Speed times with grades where you sleep? Oh! Oh, sleep element! Oh, I misunderstood what you said. I used lightning for this one. Oh. quick review. Hand is the weak point. I'm dead! Kobo can stay on my palm. I would love that. Oh. Oh. Didn't hit. Oh. Worthy. I'm dead. Ah! Trip block twice. I tried rolling the first one. Oh, that did it. Hi, Precious Snail. Oh my god, more tech. Oh. Unfortunate. Was it tempered? Oh, it is. Kinda want it. Gift. Might be too late now. The first fight wasn't that good, so I guess I can understand. Hope you're doing good, Precious Snail. Oh no! I blocked. Oh shit, that still hits. Ah. I thought I delayed it more than enough. But no, I have to delay more. I think if I get hit the first time, I should not be waking up that quickly. Oh. Oh. Oh, unfortunate. Oh, I'm so slow? Holy shit, crazy. Damage. Oh, wait, was that a roar? Well, that's a roar. Wham! Okay. Roll back, block. Double flip, double. Oh wait, this small monster block. Okay, I mean that's kind of not bad. I got A already. Well, there you go. It's not a fluke. I actually got this. Holy shit. I'm kind of surprised. No, it's 13:29. 13 minutes 29 seconds. I mean, one dev played like shit. I still got it. I know, right? That's hell yeah. I'm not washed. I thought I was so washed. Because my last stream of me attempting to get A rank for 4 hours straight was tough. Also, yeah, the veil just sort of disappears when Uftuna dies. It's kind of sad. No gem though. I wonder if I can do it with other weapons, to be honest. It oofed its last tuna. I'm gonna eat this. I feel I need this because I feel like my blood sugar... Is my blood sugar that high? I just went to the toilet and now I want to go to the toilet again. That's not right. So knowledge, alright. If for a person their blood sugar is really high, chances are they'll always want to go to the toilet and gonna go take a piss. So, very often. And also they'll keep feeling like dehydration, you keep wanting to drink water, something like that. It's kind of a symptoms of high blood sugar. I'm gonna do stuff. Okay. Good luck doing stuff. Also, hi Akko. I wonder what weapon would I want to try. Do I dare try bow? What if I try bow? Hi, I'm Stuff. Wait, no, I'm Stuff. Zeus Pop is a cool dog. I'm Stuff. I mean, I have a thunder. Yeah, this is the only thunder element that I have. It's not a Lagiacrus bow, so I guess I don't need the thunder resistance here. I'll just get level 3 Gobbler, maybe? I mean, I like Gobbler. And then I'll change all of these to evade extender, evade window. Level 4 evade window, hopefully. I think I'm gonna die so many times fighting against Uf2 now with bow. Alright, how do I remember how to play bow again? Miu 35 minutes, okay. Oh wait. Tempered like yeah, Chris. Nice too. Tempered Ray down. Tempered Seragils. Oh shit, I'm full. Really? Not you, get up. I. Nice too. Check size. How do I check size? Oh, I have to go in first? I have to go in to check the size, question mark? But I want to try out Uf2 now. I have an idea. I don't know if this is gonna work. Or is it gonna look weird? What if though? Ui. I mean that kinda works. Oh my god, hell yeah. Is it diva singing time? This is how you properly look at divas sing. With a binocular. Do I need to use... Oh my god, it's liquor check. I mean, no point on using defense up already because I'm using bow. Any hit is probably going to get one shot, I feel like. 1 or 2 shots. One event quest. Anyone knows what this music is? Because it's so cool. Try credits? Ah? No wonder I have no idea what this is. Every time I see divas sing, I will repeat this again and again. I'm just waiting for people who mods diva into White Fatalis. Like a mini White Fatalis that's singing on top of that stage right there. Imagine. If that's the case, I will always sit here, press triangle, just look at the White Fatalis sing every time. Nice. Alright, now we can go fight again. Alright, time to die in 2 seconds. Watch this. die in 2 seconds? Do I even need Nagiakra's armor here? I don't think so, right? Maybe I should just build survivability against AT Uftuna. Maybe. I mean, if Narix is here, then I'll just hunting horn dudes to its victory. You sound familiar because both Tricredits and Cadis theme around the same melody. Cadis? Who that again? The white whale shark final boss will try. Oh, I have no idea. Wee. That still hits? Oh my god, that's a day-night robbery and a half. What? I dashed forward wanting to fucking trigger the perfect dodge, but I died instead. Fuck. Yeah, bow is tough. Holy shit. I thought I'm good at bow, but no, I'm far from being good. Oh, my pill only lasts for 15 seconds. That's crazy. Oh, oop, I forgot to... Oh. That's my life now, I guess. I shouldn't have done that. Oh! This is fine. Are you away? Oh my god! Wait, how do I dodge this? Oh my god! I'm the best. What? Oh, yeah, the wave. Oh my god, there's no way. Oh wait, where's your wound? Did it heal? That, I feel like that's shit damage though. What do you guys think? Oh wait, I don't need whetstone. Oh my god. No need whetstone, I'm using bow. Pills are 30 seconds duration only, World had them too. I never use pills to be honest, so yeah. I never use them for fatalities head breaks. That's fair. Need to see a doctor if pill lasts for too long. Yeah, that would be very dangerous. Longer lasting pills. Wait, 19? Nope. Fuck. I don't know if I don't know if the second one is fast or slow. It's always a mix. It's always a goddamn mix. I don't know if it's fast or slow. Yeah, I guess I'm a Kobo pancake now. I mean, pancake has some volume to it. I think I'm just straight out A4 paper now. After the mega flop, I became A4 paper. Crepe? Oh my god, crepe. Boom. Oh, I dodged. Wait, that's a roll, right? Ooh, it gets a little damage. Oh, what the? Ah! Fuck! I cannot make a mistake! One mistake equals death. It's so difficult. Oh. Hi, Evie. I'm a crepe now. I went from pancake to flan to... I wanna try other weapons against Uftuna. I guess my bow is no go. My bow is too bad. A flan when the oven is open to drop. Do I dare even lens? Slick blade. When wet? Oh, when inflicted with bubble blade. Wait, maybe this is good. Affinity plus 9% when wet. Plus 21% when afflicted with bubble blade. Okay, so I'll constantly have a 9% up to my affinity then. I mean, that's pretty okay, I feel like. Guardian shield, maybe one iron wall. What do I get for this one? Refresh? I think refresh might be good. Level 3 stamina surge. Wait, how many stamina surge do I already have? Still? Oh, I already have maximum stamina surge. Okay. Then... yep, yep, stick the cute Kobo. Yep, yep, heck yeah. Heck, coupled. And Kobo will always yip and yip. And Kobo will always do the yip and the yip when there's a dragon around. Hey, let me... I should drink. Lets you digest mushrooms that would otherwise be inedible and gain other advantageous effects. Additionally, lets you digest mandragora, devil's blight, and excite shrooms. What does what do they do? Nitro shroom and parashroom. I know blue mushroom is heal like a potion. Toadstool is like enhance natural recovery. What does nitro shroom and parashroom do? And then I assume mandragora is max potion. Blue small potion, okay. Devil's blight and excite shroom. Okay, so I was right on that one. Nitro is demon drug, okay. Parashroom is armor skin, okay. Okay, so I was right on mandragora. Devil's blight and excite shroom. Would it be mega armor, mega demon drug and mega armor skin? I mean, Devil's blight does sound like a mega demon drug angle. I mean, mandragora being max pot, and then nitro and parashroom being demon and armor skin. Demon drug and armor skin is pretty cool. Let me check my items. Oh, I don't have that much mandragora. Nitro shroom, parashroom. Oh, my mushroom is not that much. Dash juice, any other is a random shroom effect. Okay. Maybe it's not that good, question mark? I'll try to get something that can give me a little bit of damage. Maybe. I don't know. Devil's Blade Dash juice, okay. I'll never do heroics ever again. Excite Gamba? Ooh. I'll do ambush, why not? Level 3 ambush for a while, right? Temporary increased damage to large monsters with a successful sneak attack. Yeah, I mean, I only... At most I'm gonna do like 1 or 2 sneak attacks throughout the whole run against AT Duna. AT Oof Tuna. One more, I'll go for Coalescence. Status build up and elemental attack. Maybe not that good. Yeah, no. 1 level of Destroyer. Alright, let's give it a try. Maybe I should do this instead of using the pills. I don't think I've used Mushroom Mancer ever in this game. Or like in Monster Hunter series. Because I feel like if I were to bring that much mushroom, it's probably going to flood my item bar. No? I was late. No, that doesn't work. Hey, that was fast. You're going. Oh shit! They're going that way. Oh, I thought it was too late. Thank God. I want that. Keep it. Oh, I blocked. Yeah, I got greedy there. Start. Mega roll? Yep. Boom. What? Oh. Huh? Oh, it has to be the moment that I release, I think. I know that movie's really fucking good. I need to get the timing down. I feel like Lens can do it, but I just really have to like perfect block most of the time and just like retaliate whenever I can. Because the stabs were a little bit slow, I feel like. Want another or nah? Maybe after a few more runs of AT Uftuna, then I'll do some casual hunting for Seragios and Lagi maybe. Ah. Nope. Nah, holy shit. One, two. Yeah, there you go. The moment I release, okay. Too early. Ah, I tried. Was it too early? That works. Oh, the water. think when the monster is down, maybe the charging poke is pretty good. I think maybe. Infringement kill combo. Oh my god. Oh, why am I paralyzed? Oh, Vespoid. Yeah. I went into it. I went into the belly. Not like this. I cannot block the second one. Ah! Okay, we good. And there was zero fear. Didn't have enough time to block that one. Oh, I don't know if that's gonna hit or not. Yeah, looks like Lance is like doing 2 less damage in overall. Right? Yeah, it's already 14 minutes and you know, Uftuna is still not like weak. The only way I feel like I can deal enough damage is through the charge counter. And then every time I do a perfect counter on that the second poke, yeah, then there's a chance. Ay ay ay. Oh, what the? Nope. I'm dead. Holy shit, that was with block. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not gonna chase him like this. Nice, Sally. Still whale hunting, I see. Yeah, but this time it's just a just for fun kind of hunt now. No more sweaty bold, right? Because I already got the A rank and I think that's pretty good. I hope Salik is doing good. But Kobe always sweaty. Where am I though? I thought I'm very chill when I play like Monster Hunter. Most of the time, at least. Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought I can get a few hits in. Only like during time challenges like this one, then I sweat a lot now. But I mean, I feel like whenever I play Monster Hunter, it's always like a very chill, slow, not like time constrained hunt. That one's not as good. Oh, second hit. Nice. Ooh. I mean, Lens feels very safe, right? I feel like Lens is so safe. Oh, what is that move? That's a new one. Only during Mega Charge. Charge counter, Power Guard, Retribution Trust. Follow-up dash attack? Oh, what? What does this move do? Does it give any like counter property? Oh, maybe that initial back step could be a perfect dodge moment that leads into something. I mean, I never used that move before, so I have no idea. Also, I don't know if I said this, but I hope Eevee is doing good. Like, you guys have to excuse when my brain doesn't work currently. I feel like I'm so half awake right now. I guess now we hunt some Seragios and some Lagi. I have this private room. I'll share the room code, so if anyone wants to join, I guess people can join. I think it's from here. Yeah. Look at Preki, oh my god. That's a lobby idea, I think. Yeah. I got pink duck, oh my god. There's a copy option, is there? Update. If you go back one menu or enter member list. Copy the clipboard. Oh, che. It says copy the clipboard. Copy what? It's unclear, alright? It's unclear. I play the game. Alright, let me drink. Oh my god. Oh my god, being spoiled. Shader caching. Oh, updating driver does that? Do I update my driver every day? I've been spoiled by Bricky, oh my god. I think I won't be doing art this week because next Monday I'll already be flying to KL, so I think I kinda want to game as much as possible before I go out and not able to game. Oh yeah, last night I was looking at Seragios's. Also, I don't know why there's like question mark, but Seragios longsword is kind of OP? No? Because of the blade skill holding. Narrowly evading a monster's attack while weapon is strong grants special sharpness. And then plus the Seragios armor set, I think. Razor's Edge. Yeah, extends the duration of Adrenaline Rush. If triggered again while the skill is active, extends the effect duration once. I think that's really good. I haven't missed more than one so far. Oh, thank you, Selig. And 7 stream streak though, oh my god. It's not bad. I feel like it's really fucking good though. Master Mounter? I like to get mounted by a dragon, huh? Should I finally make a new charm? Hunter symbol 2. I have to fight low rank Oof 2 now for this. Hunter symbol 2. Oh my god. Everything needs Hunter symbol 2. I'm gonna get burst. This one is really good, I feel like. Alright, let's do a barbecue out of spite in front of the canteen. Time to eat. Yo, Mosino so hot though. Delicious. 走起啊 Rhyme chain tempered gin dahad. Now, what weapon I want to play? So curious about so curious about... There's an offset for Insect Glaive, right? Oh, this is arsenal weapon. Yikes, I don't want arsenal weapon. It's for 4 actions basically, more for faster weapons, but still. Had to go for a bit for others. Another section offset for Insect Glaive. I don't know which move is it though. It's when you used to do a dive straight to the ground. On the ground to charge spinning attack. Oh, that one? That consumes all of the 1, 2, 3 buff for the Insect Glaive? I guess. Also, yeah, I'm up for others. I posted the room code on top of the chat if you want to join. Need to play more of this game. Brecky. I agree. More Monhan. Box Salver. Yo, curved Naganagi? This one looks so cool though. Blazing Katea. This one looks alright. But yo. IGS2 apparently. Another one that consumes buff. I did the charge descending slashes grounded than otherwise, but only when on the floor. Huh? Alright, which one looks good? Oh, this fucking stick. Oh. Oh, the weapon is so thick though for this one, holy shit. Rattalos, the classic Rattalos. Queen Regalia. Enfolded Glaive Guardiana. Toucan? Is Yin Kutku Toucan? And longsword by heart, everything else I need to look up. That's fair, that's fair. And don't be like me, I'm just like jack of all trade. I'm like not good at every weapon. I'm only okay with almost every melee weapon. The funny spin or the diving spin, the starting portion of the spin itself is offset. I mean, isn't Insect Glaive entirely made of spin? It's the smallest offset window out of all the weapons though, and also not instantaneous, so it's very intuitive to utilize. Ah. That means if I land at least once, I'm gonna be cool, right? I feel cool if I do it right? Oh wait, Power Prolonger level 3 is pretty good. I need this one. I need this one. I need... Wait, why can I not craft this one? Oh, pin lobby? Okay. Copy lobby ID. Ne. I can kick people, right? So if there's random people join that I don't know, I might just be able to get a lobby command. But don't I need to update it every time? Unless there's a way for me to no need to update it, question mark? I want arc belt one because level 3 power prolonger is pretty good. Need to update if it says private lobby, but if it's a squad lobby, it would just linger. Oh, I don't feel comfortable enough to make a squad lobby. I fuck lah, I need romp. I hate this game. Focus? Oh, under power prolonger Balahara. Bequeathed Testament. Jindahan. Oh, yo, is this a fucking insect glaive? Look, why? I don't have anything. Who keeps drinking stuff behind me? Kunafa? Punishing draw, focus, critical element, critical boost? Critical status, poison duration, no. I mean, this one has power prolonger level 3. Yeah, who needs power prolonger? I want something cool. Let's make a Mizu weapon because Mizu weapon cool. Lucky Gemma with a lucky plush as well. Don't forget to raise your Kinsect. How do I raise Kinsect? Hajimete Kamawanka. Manage Kinsects. Raising Kinsects. I only have these two. I'm buying Kinsect. I can only buy these two? Kinsect has grown to full size. Are you what? Oh, that's it? Recover. This one. Change display. Attack boost, weak point focus. Can I get one that has like maximum speed? Oh, it's the one that I cannot make. Lady Targe. Wing Drake Hide? How about the other one? Alukani. What's your name? Lady Pravu. Lady Paviz. The Fidobrix. Regiprain. Wind Chopper. Poison paralysis? I mean, paralysis is good, no? Oh hey, look, it's Fiddlebricks. Kankandaman. Kankandaman. Kinsect combo boost element. Kinsect boost stamina recovery. Kinsect boost fast charge. Harvest extract. Wait, are you telling me that this one doesn't harvest extract at all? So how am I supposed to get like my 1, 2, 3? That's it? I can only get a rare 4 bug? Yee. Fast charge. Wait, I have 2 of the same one? No, this is Philibrix. This is Kankadaman. This is what I made just now. I'll try this one. I have a Slicked Blade, Critical Element. What is the best for Insect Glaive? Oh, wait. Insect Glaive is charged attack, right? So focus helps? Oh, wait, I need power prolonger. I want power prolong. Wait, I don't need power. Do I? No, I don't know. Drain. Rapid morph. Onerous. Flight? The flight is just a 1 point. It's so not worth. So is charge up. That's it. I guess I'll go for element. Element power and set the spell for charge attacks. What would I get? Oh, flight is a level 2. Difference between 0 focus and focus trait for IG is just being able to do a charge attack after 1 basic attack instead of 1.5 basic attacks. Oh. I mean, that's kinda huge, you know? Maybe I should get level 3 focus then. I mean, this now. Focus. I don't need Maya worker anymore. I can go for the classic Gobbler plus free meal. Yeah, Gobbler plus satiated build. Oh, hi. Oh yeah, I can see other people here. So stingy. Alright, what do I fight? I'm a little bit scared to fight something too strong with my insect glaive. I'm a little bit scared. I'm still compiling? Holy shit, that's a long compilation. I'll go bowling once. For good luck. Alright. We throw from the back. Yeah. Oh my god, that's actually perfect. Yo, okay, okay. I found the strat. It's to throw from the back. Yeah. Oh. Explode? There has to be an A. There has to be an A. What? This game sucks. 4 points less? You're serious? I was so good too. I mean, you can join halfway, right? I feel I'm so gonna die if I fight against a tempered Seragios, but I also want to hunt Seragios for the weapons and armor. Do we hunt Lagi first? I mean, Lagi I'm more familiar with. Yeah, let's go for a 4-star Lagi. I'm scared. No, I don't want to use lucky ticket. I feel I'm gonna die here. Go! Have I eat? I don't remember. Just go a hunt first. I mean, you can join halfway, so I'm not too worried about that. You have it set to 1. Oh fuck! I forgot to change back. Ah! Can I change it here? No. Ay caramba! Wait. I forgot I changed to 1-1. No, I cannot get it back. It's my investigation. No, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Okay, okay. I speed run this shit. Watch. What did I do again? Okay. I need my damage. Mega. Alright, here we go. I'm so doing this. Wait, I need my Mega Demon Dracus Ball. Get in. Boom, okay. I forgot I set to 1-1 because I don't want the support hunters to join for the 80 Uftuna quest. I'm sorry. Where are we going? Chicken. Wait, that's Uftuna. Chicken? Well, I guess at least Chicken is having fun. Bye bye, fish. Head number 1. Oh. Beam! Where's the number 2? Belly? Okay. Ayoy. Nope. It's kind of hard to use. I'm dead. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be flying against Lucky, I feel like. Maybe I should do grounded insect glaive. Yeah. I have to get used to it then. This sucks. I don't know, is that the move that offsets? I shouldn't be doing this. Yeah. I was charging. Oh, that counts as me using the attack. How do I insect glaive? I don't know. Nice. I'm rebuilding stream to the challenge run, see if I can improve my leaderboard time at all. Heck yeah, good luck. Sub 7? Crazy. I think I got 12 minutes as my absolute peak already. I'll take it. Go chicken, go. Oh, double blade? Maybe not double blade, a little bit scared on double blade. I don't have evade window, so it's gonna be a lot harder. Heal? Where's the number 2 again? Belly, right? I whiffed every attack? I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, that hits. Crazy. Hi, Shy Panita. I got so lucky. I should be hitting the back, right? Got him. So cool. And then 3 bar again, hell yeah. Oh, I tried to run away. How you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. I'm very half asleep though, but because I woke up too early today. I'm dead. The big boy. Oh, it's so cool, that attack. I love that so much. I'm dead. I never die. Oh, wait, there's a tail. Ay, 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 ay. Wait, what's Mark again? Focus mode, Kinsec Fire. Hover-Sec Strike, Kinsec Fire? Oh, there it is. No, that was so cool. Ay, 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 ay. Chill. Chill. Ay, I'm running away. Get him, Buck, get him. I'm dead. Kinda sad. I got so lucky. You know, I couldn't see sometimes and I hate it. That was Moxie, right? Yeah, that was Moxie. This is really bad. That move is so cool, though. Like when things worked out for thing works out for Insect Glaive feels so fucking good. But when I don't know what I'm doing, which is like 80% of the time, I feel like I'm fighting with one hand. It's so difficult to use Insect Glaive. I should practice more with Insect Glaive. Insect Glaive is fun as hell. No. Oh wait. Oh, that one catches back roll. I still don't know how to dodge that move properly. Oh my god, I couldn't dodge anything at all with Insect Glaive. That sequence was shit. That sequence was absolute dog shit, holy shit. You know, I'm getting hit by everything feels like shit, honestly. I think I'm losing this one, but I still want to use Insect Glaive. Alright, asshead, come here. Oh, I have to dodge towards the head, okay. Oh, Lamau. Oh, going down already? Holy shit. Hi, Bo. Yet another Kobo smacked by dragon. You hate to see it. It's okay. I mean, I like being smacked by a dragon, huh? Oh, Bo is doing good. Ow. Ow. That was instant. The instant turn. Oh wait, is this it? No, it's not. Okay. Oh, that's one? Wake up! I'm dead! GG! Oh, I'm not dead, okay. I couldn't dodge that one for the life of me. Ow. Okay, so after that blast, it's a weak point? Towards the head. What? Where's your head? Yeah, that's a GG. Good try. Oh, there's so many moves that's weirdly undodgeable. Another one. One more. I don't care. Oh. Too far. Hey, got him! Having fun trying new drawing techniques, hence on evil, so I maliciously robbed them of detail. Very understandable. Oh, too far. I don't know if hip check can just dodge by going upwards or downwards. Oh shit. Ow. Ow. Oh, is that one wound? Uh-oh. Yo, that's so cool. That's what I'm trying to do. But I pressed it multiple times. Oh, I couldn't roll. Where's number 2? Eh. Okay, it doesn't go that far. I got scared. Don't move. I want that level 3. I want that level 3. Thank you. Is it the first hit that has offset property? The first up, this one. I think that might be it actually. Ooh. Ooh. You want to do it again? You want to do it again? You won't. You won't. I can capture it already, right? Person only? Yeah, that's crazy tough.
Nice.
Yeah, he has almost every ability from Roar, but with no customization. Kind of, right? You can make the kitty do either heal or buff or like a specific thing for the kitty to do. But in this game, they just do everything. I feel like that's a little bit too OP, no? Never seen Lucky leave the nest before? Welcome to my stream where I'm so shit that the Lucky just left its nest. Yay, kitty! Aww. Not even a single sapphire? Aww. Okay, this time I remember I will change the thing to 4 players instead of just 1. I mean, if I'm playing with people, yeah. Yeah. Gonna wait for a game to load in my character model so for you to eye roll in my current look. I'm already eye rolling, I feel like. Hmm? Hmm? Oh yeah, there's water gun. Apa ini? What the? Hayya, well, apa ini? Black cats, yeah. Nice underwear though, but ayoy. Wait, I have the perfect that's my current that's my current current mood. Invisible to me? Oh, I'm invisible to you? I mean, I saw you shooting water gun a few times just now. Where'd you go? Oh yeah, there you are. Oh. Oh. I see you. What if I shoot water gun at you? We must shoot the cat. Oh my god, Kitty. Kitty. Holy shit, Kitty is going insane. Let's go. Kitty. If you shoot the kitty, they go insane. Oh. Oh, it's so good. What if I shoot your kitty? Oh, it works. there's so much lag. My particle also naked. I don't see your particle, eh? I mean, I've seen Miffy. I've seen my lucky plush. Oh. Is it naked? The kitty is so good in this game. Oh, eh. Oh, really naked, eh? But why be naked when you can have Lucky Acro's plush? Right, I'll go take a quest. Alright, you guys better kill this... well, not kill, but capture this Sergios in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Oh wait, this one has the plate. Alright, let's get this one. Oh, settings. 4, there we go. Accept and prep. I found the bell collar chest funny. Wait, you have the bell collar chest? I think you expect too much out of us. Yes, I do. 2 minutes. 2 minutes would be impossible. Oh wait, meal. Cat's chest piece is a bell collar. From what monster do you get that? New Udra event. Oh, it's an event armor. Okay. Can I just say Malzeno head with Mizu armor looks so good? Like, holy shit. It is a perfect combination. Look at how fluffy it is. Crazy. Like, Malzino has that chest fluff as well. Stand by. I'm using Insect Glaive, so I'll call dips on the two feints. I'll call dips because I'm so going to die fighting against a tempered Syracuse with a Insect Glaive. I'm so dead. Alright, here we go, I guess. Oh, that's pretty close. One head, two. Where's two? Two at the neck? Two is wings, okay. Three is neck, crazy. Oh, three is tail? These seem very strong. Wait, did you just register that I mounted the monster? That's wild. I tried to fucking... It's just 50 seconds delayed. That is crazy. Why is there this thing when I'm from Malaysia and you're from Singapore? Kimishi naide your ass. What's with the net code in this game? I milked up. Alright, I am milked up. We internet is so mean. I got the big boy damage, I think. I have wild jerky! I'm eating the meat! Delicious meat. Someday it's bound to happen, right? The offset? I love how both of us has the wyvern milk. It's not so bad now, so I guess it's just like the starting of the hunt. The game is janked for a little bit, trying to sync up, I guess? 2 seconds difference? Okay. I mean, I know Malaysian internet is like... Yeah, I know, right? That's weird because I could play with Merp. I know, right? We are literally so close together and then the game cannot even handle it. I'm hitting air. I'm okay. Tree, tail. Tail. Give tail. I'm not getting tail ever. Oh, this is so delayed. Okay. Yeah, between me and Narix, there should be like no latency at all. I couldn't get number 3. I love how when I look at the chat for a second and then I saw Water Slows It Down by Jade. You know what? That is true. I cannot even argue with that. Uh-oh. Narix is gone. Is my internet shit? Is that it? No wait, Jameson is still here. Oh, I dodged it. I'm just hitting air. Did they nerf Sergios? Wait, something feels weird. The Sergios projectile don't flinch anymore? Instead it's just like if I can hit twice then I just get bleed after that? Oh, that's so weird. Also, hi Jake. Oh. I'm in the air! You were aiming for me at the air! So mean. Dodging, it's fine. Alright, no more wild jerk here. Alright, I need that level 3. There we go. Thanks, Alma. I already forgot about that. I'll just restart calm after this Steve hunt and see if it's still laggy between me and you. If the game lags between me and Narix, this is that means that the game's netcode is actually sacrilegious. Like, we're literally just neighboring country. Go, go, chicken. Go, chicken, go. What? The big boy? Ooh, I kill steal the tail. Oh wait, I don't have the thing. Didn't notice that I'm out of the bar. I'll do a pole dance. I'll do a pole dance for the chat. I hit air! Oh, tail. ISP acting up? Probably. I mean, if it's some sort of a phenomenon that can be explained, then yeah, I would say that, probably. Yeah. Oh wait, Belly is... I got him! Ow. I'll capture it. Yeah, I want to capture this thing. Oh. Chicken? Hi, Roxas. I think I shouldn't be using lossless scaling. I feel like it's making my PC like close to dying because lossless scaling allows the game to run at 60 FPS, and I think that takes up a lot of resources in this game. Everyday bad news day. What's happening again? Any bad news? Like happened recently? Question mark. Chicken. Oh, I'm the best. Chicken. So I need level 1 to charge. If I don't have level 1, I cannot charge, right? Okay, so it is level 1 that allows me to charge. Only level 1. Imagine me read politics, the internet war thingy. Is there internet war going on? Nice. I mean, internet war doesn't sound good, no? Unless it's the MasterCard Visa thing, then that one is going to be a marathon. Oh, gee, I skipped it. Right, that's going to be like a prolonged fight between big corporation and like us people. Oh wait, I'm wearing Lagi's armor. I'm feeling hunting horn. Hell yeah. It's everything at once. I already started to ban some horror game because it's deemed too sexual. I mean, obviously, because it's fucking stupid corporations thinking they can control everything. If it's something that they deem, it's probably not. Like 5 minutes, that's fine. It's time for the deuter. I want to see if there's any new deuter I can make. Defense and elemental resistance. Health recovery, recovery speed S, attack boost, divine protection. It's not that good. Oh my god, look at the talent though! Offset melody, echo wave, sonic barrier, wind pressure, stun negated, defense up, no heal. Oh my god, no heal from this horn. So it's pure attacking horn, I think. I want to make this for the sake of the, yeah, for the sake of fucking that talent. I want that layered weapon. Oh, I'm gonna get feet. I'm gonna get feet. Man, that's not even feet, that's talent. Right, I'm changing it. Finally, a quality deuter. I have normal feelings towards this hunting horn. I have normal feeling towards this hunting horn. Alright, what we fight? I think maybe one more, maybe a few more Sergios. Wait, no. I think I can make the full Sergios armor now. That's a lie. I need one more breacher, then I can have full set of armor. Alright, I guess we're fighting Sergios again. I'm disabling lossless scaling. Maybe it uses too much. Oh, maybe don't play at don't play at 60. Play at 30. Yeah, I think play at 30 is fine. Just lower the graphics, then it's all good. Oh, oops. Okay, there we go. It's playing at 30 FPS. Or maybe don't use lossless scaling at all. Hi, Cox. Unscale. Close it. I just need to change this to borderless window again. Oh! Oh my god, you have fish weapon? I asked earlier, but I had to do something seconds after. Huh? When did you ask? I might have missed it. Have you only ever eaten rice cooked in only water? I mean, isn't that just white rice? We get more dissenter. Terragios dissenter. But brown rice is also only in water? That is true. But if rice in general only cook in water, that's just a normal cooked rice, no? Yeah, I think without lossless scaling while streaming is much better. So yes, but usually I want to pair it with something. Yeah, pair it with something to have more flavor. Since white rice is pretty much flavorless. The same with brown rice, even though brown rice has a little bit of more texture to it. I think it'll be better if we add something to the rice itself. You know, that's why we have the Tie Zai Fan. We have like Gu Lao Lo Fan or Ling Mong Ji Fan or you know, like the things with something paired with rice is always good. In Mexico, the common way of cooking rice is in broth. In broth, oh, in broth. I mean, yeah, that's like the chicken rice, lo. I can say something stupid. I like stupid things. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah? 长豆收东鸡肉跟 I know it says chai.png, but I mean that looks normal. Is this stupid? I mean I thought this thing looks normal, no? Jasmine rice the mostest? Oh, I never tried jasmine rice before. I mean this one looks like a normal economic rice choice thingy. I don't know, it doesn't look weird to me. It's chai.p. Oh. Ah, I see. Chai.png. Okay. Alright, who's ready to get some duped in? Why me? I'm dooting. Oh my god, feet though. Double flash, let's go. I like feet. No, I like talents, not feet. Talent and feet are both very different things. Ugh. I'm gonna keep healing, baby. I'm gonna keep healing. You think I care about your bleed and shit? When I'm a duder, I'm a duder. Boom. I got you, I got you. Yeah. I got you. Boom. I know how to add quotes if I'm allowed to. You can. I think it's exclamation mark add quote, one word, and then space, and then the quote. Were I trying to quote something? What did I say? Oh no! Feet. I mean, talent. Thank you. I know it. Ow. Ow. Music. Hey. Is the game and time automatic or do I add that? Game and time should be automatic, yeah. Also, if not, it's the day, month, year. I honestly have no idea. I didn't really like check. But the quote should like work. Like you just add quote and then it should be fine. Oh, I brought friend. Music. fire. Oh! Oh! I'll keep healing! Boom! Non-stop heals! Oh shit, it died! Oh no! Oops. We didn't capture this thing, no! Oh, why is that two? Oh, one is the... Oh. You. You. How could you get that? You get at the center, but not me. But I'm the tutor. You come back here. You better come back here. I saw you. I saw you got the shiny. Don't run away from me. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna bonk the shit out of you. Where's my dissenter, huh? Where's my dissenter? Yeah, one is the firebot one, the quote thing. Oh, I only get one dissenter. It's a guaranteed one, but still. Oh. That was 8 minutes. Can I say that I help a lot? Nah, probably not. Traps tripped. Ailments afflicted. Oh, my weapon is very poison. Focus strike on wound. Special attack hits a weak point. Special attack hits a weak point. I like feet. There's not even capitalization for the words. It's just I like feet. Oh my god. I think I can make the Zeragil's armor now. Yes, sir. Oh my god, the claw. Nobody don't capitalize? That's fair, that's fair. I just think it's funny. It's just like a quote 330, I like feet. Can I get your opinion on my mom's rice recipe? I don't know if it's blessed or cursed, so I want the opinion of someone who eats rice more than me. I mean, I'm an Asian that eats rice pretty much every day, so I think I might be able to give some opinions on that. Fish purple cobalt. Oh my god. I think there's a purple cobalt on the screen. And that could fish a purple cobalt because I want that mousy milk. Oh my god. Yeah, Malsino is pretty hot. Those dragon leggings are nice. Yeah, it's full Malzino armor and stuff. Just a straight up dragon. Mom showed me how to make breakfast rice that tastes like oatmeal. Make white rice, add a stick of butter to the rice while it's boiling in the pot. Once dyed, add cinnamon. This is now a rice that tastes like oatmeal? I'm sorry, but that hurts my soul. You put in cooked rice into a boiling water in a pot. I'm sorry, that and 60% of the way to being rice pudding. What the heck is a rice pudding? Save. Alright, one more time. We're gonna get all the center, okay? I'm using Lucky Voucher again. But then again, no, this might be saying how cursed that recipe is. Honestly, if you enjoy eating that, then hell yeah, more power to you. Right? Rice pudding is a Mexican sweet rice dessert. Ah, no wonder I have no idea about that. You are nice explodes. Explodes. Honestly, Calx is pretty nice. I agree. Using a pica meal. Can I have the pica meal as well? Once Narix is in. Where the dragon? I'm using water gun to find the dragon. It'll give a free meal for everyone if I use it, but only if Narix is in the quest. Oh, so everyone in the quest will get the free meal. Where the Narix? Oh, are we eating? Oh my god, it's free! Holy shit! I want all the meat. I did not draw it, but yeah, it's my synth. Stick around either, it keeps the free meal memorized. Oh! Wait, I don't enjoy eating it. It's a lot to eat and it gets bland after a bit. But if rice is all you have, then Southern Folk may do. Okay, that is fair, I guess. That is fair. Apparently only quest. Okay. Heckin' yep. Looking for robot artist? That sentence is so dangerous. Ah, you're looking for robot artist? Like, if we take that sentence out of, like, certain, just looking at a surface level, ooh, dangerous. At least I know what you're referring to. Why? I mean, usually people say AI artist. Another way of saying it would be robot artist. And my stance towards generative art and generative content is just shit in general. I milked up. Yo! Oi. Oh, why? I mean, I'm not gonna complain that it's always me. I'll take it. Fuck yeah. Huh? Oh my god, feet. Thank you. Where are you going? Oh, you're chucking monster at me. Ow. Ow. Oh, only one. Hey. Oh, do you keep your OBS open? I feel like I have the aggro all the time. Is it just me? Hey. 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 Oh. I didn't roll that one. Ow! Hey. Oh, it does flinch. Haha! Melody of life! Boop. Oh! We might be able to capture it. Alright, I'll do it. Hunter sense? Let's go. Oh my god, tile! Where's the tile? His combo is like 7 hits long. Ah, no wonder.
Nice.
The dragon wants me? I feel great. I want the dragons too. No the center. Can I say? Buffs and heals applied 92? Only 92? I suck. Only 92, that's that's a bad number. This is sacrilegious behavior. Less buff means faster kill. But I am giving buff at the same time killing as well, right? I mean, I love this. I love this hunting horn the best because it can heal like crazy, and then also gives attack up and attack up XL. It's like the best buff ever. It's like yeah. Oh my god, pin. View survey history. You guys want to try a three person oof tuna? A 3-person oof tuna. What's gonna go wrong, right? 3-person oof tuna. Can we get sub? Can we get sub 10 minutes from this? Probably. I mean, I'll try to buff as much as possible. Fish for more Kobo? Oh my god. I need Mario Walker. Under? No. I will give you guys all the attack up XL as much as possible. And then I can try to constantly heal so that you guys can well on that tuna. I still have 42 minutes of meal, so I'm not gonna eat. Alright, here we go. Good luck. We're gonna get oof tuna. It's either the tuna goes oof or we go oof. Fish tuna. Tuna sounds good, but I like salmon more. Because I like sushi in general. I like sashimi. Oh shit, I like cobbler. Oh, that was quick. Wait a minute. Help! Wait, I have no melody. get stunned. Let's go. My horn still got it. Drain. Ay, 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 ay. Wow. I got you. I'll rebuff real quick. Okay, I cannot dodge that one. Aim for me? I love playing Hunting Horn on the multiplayer on the multiplayer room. The heal is just so good, honestly. I milked up. Do we trigger the trap immediately? Alright. Very nice, very nice. Let me do it first. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, what the? I'm fine. A little bit late on the heal. Holy shit! Holy shit, that was 7 minutes! Fucking hell, you guys are crazy. What the fuck, you guys are fucking crazy! What the hell? Well, that's my best time, fuck yeah! Holy shit, you guys are fucking crazy! Why is that bomb? His spinning flop still one-shots at my armor level, though it didn't hurt. Huh. I don't know if it's my heal to be 9. You know what? I have no idea. I was just trying my best to spam heal non-stop while doing damage to the head to stun her as much as possible. It consumed the guts, meaning it would have wiped me from full. Oh, then maybe it's the guts that helped. Because my horn doesn't give any defense buff, but it has recovery speed and attack up XL. And I just spam health recovery over and over again. There's a weak point to Oof Tuna? Bird outside. On the second belly flop, the mouth is a weak point. Oh, after the second huge spinny mega body slam, right? Oh, I didn't even know that. And the birds are going crazy outside. So that means it's 4 p.m. Almost. It's 3:47 p.m. It's extremely hard to reach though. Yeah, I mean, when I see the body slam at least, and then it's like I would run the fuck away. I wouldn't want to get close to Oof Tuna when Tuna is doing the mega huge spinny flop thing. I think Alma can acknowledge the binocular and then Alma will wave towards me. I mean, last time it happened. Alma. Alma. Alma, why are you looking at Alma? Actual stalker behavior. Hi, Sri. Eat the weird. Oh yeah, what do we have now? Tempered Jin Dahad. Oh, just a normal Lagia, Chris? Oh, we have more tempered Seragils. I kinda want to make like a Seragio's longsword. Catch the bird? No. I'm pretty sure if I open up the window, the bird's just gonna fly away. I need Seragio's Breacher. 8-star Jin to fight if you want. Sure. Oh my god, it's Zeus. I'll wait for you to get the quest then. If you catch the bird, you can teach you to shut up. It'll be a few servers, so it'll start immediately. Okay, I'll join after then. I'll join right after. Jin Dahan cannot trap, right? I mean, imagine if I can use shock trap on Jin Dahan. You can shock trap Jin Dahan? Where's my Thunderbug? Oh wait, Thunderbug's like this, okay. Can shock trap not capture? Then allow me to bring 11 shock traps. 11 shock traps. Yeah, 10 thunderbug. Oh wait, no, I cannot bring 11. So only a sun. Only 3 shock traps? Boo! Is this solo one? I don't know. He took the quest, right? No, I can join. Alright, I will be the tutor so that you guys can go crazy. Look, see, maybe this is what I mean, right? Maybe if I bring 3 support hunters and then I bring my own tutor, I might be able to get the A rank without soloing. Oh, I cannot backflip here. Anyway. I'm busy simping dragons, I'm healing. Ah! I thought I healed fast enough. It's fine, don't worry about it. Alright, I'll call dibs on the next 2 feints. Dibs on the next 2 feints is wild. Ow. Ow. What is that? What is that? Oh, I have the CCTV, okay. Oh my god, ow! I'm getting dooted. I want head. Hiya! Why? Aren't you just running away? runs away with massive hitbox. That deals like half of my health. It's kind of scary. Airborne music. Is it aimed at me? I want head. Help. Eh. Oh, nice. Oh, not nice. There was a little bit of grief. Oops. What are you doing? What are you doing? I want my head. That's a big one, right? Oh, oops, no more attack up. Can I? Hey. It's my turn to go Kenai. It's okay, I'm healing. Oh, can I do that?
Nice.
I feel like my hunting horn is so troll. Wee. Music. No, my music. Holy crazy. Oh, hey. Voltron? Hello. Oh, you're playing Monster Hunter Wilds as well? Hell yeah. How was your Monster Hunter Wilds? Also, thanks for the raid. Give me a second, I'm a little bit... just a tiny bit... occupied. Maybe. Got him! Oh, thank you, Jane. Also, what comment raid is? I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. I hope Monster Hunter Wilds was second fun. Did you do the 80 the Arch Tempered Oof Tuna free challenge? Oh wait, I wanna echo wave it. Wait, that triggers Counter-Strike! That triggers Counter-Strike. Wait, you should do that every time we start a fight. Bring a bomb. everyone activates Counter-Strike and then fight. Hey, I got an ice gem. I don't know if it's guaranteed, but I'll take it. I think 11 minutes is pretty fast for Jin Dahan, no? Buffs and heals applied 110. Now, that's a good number. Also, I might have missed it, but hi, Karas29. Who else can we simp? Do we simp Josia now? I mean, I think I have a few Josia quests, question mark? There's one here. Oh, Tempered Gore Magala? Ooh. Ooh. This is in Ice Shard Cliffs. I think I have a few investigations for Tempered Gore Magala. Why is no gory early? Oh yeah, I do. I have just a few. You like gore at all? Oh. But gore cool though. I wonder if it's going to be Shagaru, you know, like for the future updates. He's also white noise in terms of tails for it. I have 8-star tempered gores if you really want true hardy. I haven't fought Gore Magala, but I feel like my great sword against Gore Magala is quite okay, I feel like. Playing very safe. As if I wish realize or reacting to Master's tails. Yeah, here you go. I cleared it already. Wow, so strong. Oh. I think we can fight Josia for funsies. Yeah, let's do this one. 22 minutes? I think 22 minutes is still fine. How about you and Jade? Or me and Jade? I mean, getting destroyed by Jade is not too bad, honestly. How about you hunt the Jade? Oh. Why would I hunt the Jade? It's okay, I'll let Jade hunt me instead. I have the guarantee gem quest. We're hunting kobolds here. Hi, Fufi. We can hunt kobolds. Kobold got nice two-hand breaks and a long tail cut. This dragon always bully kobold one. Oh my god. I haven't seen this in a while. Let's watch this. The slime creature. So cool. Look at that slime creature. Imagine sniffing slime. That tail movement towards the end? Ui. Is it challenging though? I feel like Josia at this point is like a punching bag. You know, in before I die 3 times to no, I died 3 times to Josia. That would shut me up. Music. I rolled into it. That was quick, question mark? I'm dead! Huh? I was only trying to doot. Oh, you're writing it. I didn't even notice. I'm jealous. Look at the blight resist on this set. Is there blight resistance? What happened? I think that's a stun. I love hunting horn. Boom. Double roar? Oh, I see one. Bye bye. I'm going back. Narix is already here. I think I can tank it. Yeah, I can. Just casually trying to tank the big boy. Ow. What? I was at the butt. How did I get hit? I got robbed. Josia is like, you better eat your words. And kills me with his butt. Oh, oops, my bad. I should have waited a little bit until I hit the hit. Too early. Do you like music, good sir? Do you like music, my kind sir? Help! Eh. There we go. Ow! I'm still on the ground. I don't want to wake up. Wake me up when September ends? Okay. Ow. Ow. Pretty sure this is fine. Holy shit, poor thing. Poor thing. Just gets destroyed. Hunter for a gem? What do you mean I don't have a gem? Even if there is, it's mine. Give me gem, give me gem. Give me shiny, I want shiny please, thank you. No shiny? This game's bad. Oh. No shiny. I mean, this one is a guaranteed one, that one doesn't count. That was 9 minutes. Large barrel bomb hits. Just throwing a large barrel bomb. Look, that large barrel bomb hit. Couldn't have done it without that. Then during this phase switch Nova, just a bomb rolls toward. Is there not to make a large barrel bomb in this game? No, right? That was by a large barrel bomb. Or gunpowder fish scale? Gunpowder fire herb with nitro shroom? How many can I get? Two? Or should be so way to live with it? Nah, it's fun. Can I throw bombs here? No? This game sucks. What if I throw the bowling one? I mean, that thing explodes, right? Oh, it does nothing. Okay. Wait. Who's Chevron? Who's Rinosuke Yamamori? All right, I pinned the lobby code. Who's Chevron? Rinosuke Yamamori. That's a very Japanese name, no? I was like, how is there like more people there? Combo Schmidt! Trio ranking? Who, what, where? Ranking of what? I'm Schmidt. Nutmeg. Nutmeg is kinda cute. How do I check the rankings? I assume you mean this one? Near the entrance? Okay. Did we beat the shit out of everyone? Oh, rankings. Free challenge. Solo? 1 minute? What the fuck? Duo? 1 minute. Trio? 1 minute. The 1 minute ones are hacking, ignore them? Yeah. The most obvious one. We are 1k. Is 1k good? My solo is no rank. Okay, 1k is pretty good, I think. Considering it's the top 10k in the world. Oh yeah, in the world. Fucking shit, we're top 1k. My solo is 6505. Well, my solo is uncalculable, uncalculable. Right? Words are. Alright. Which one do we simp now? I feel like I kinda want to simp Laggy. I wanna simp Laggy again. I have a few. Go fix build and join after? Okay. Oh wait, I only have 3 members on. Oh shit. I mean, considering there's more people here now. And we found that I snuck into lobby with a pinned message. Hi, player Joes. Getting off for now because I'm overheating. Have fun. Okay. Thanks for helping. Now take care of yourself. Cool down, cool down. Get some ice, maybe. I don't know. What you building? What you building? I also love how the game doesn't tell when people join. I must have the Lagiacrus plush though. I'm changing it. The anti-Josia build, but I'm not fighting Josiao. It's also kind of cool how you guys have all like the different builds for different monster. Me, me, one armor does it all because I'm lazy. It does for clan lobbies, not for private lobbies. Oh yeah, mine's private lobby. And one specific for Josia because it's only one that burns the floor. Oh, that's called min-maxing. Yeah, no. Max of 3, that's unusual, need restriction, but unusual. I just forgot to change it back because I'm stupid. because we were doing the AT Oof Tuna free challenge quest, and I only have 3 people. So I don't want an extra support hunter gets in. Yeah. How many minutes? 12 minutes? It's time to grill in front of the canteen. No, it's not close enough. There, okay, that's pretty good. What? What did the music change? Ayo? I assume it's this one? Oh yeah, it looks very on point, yeah. It is this one. Is this? That's the proof of the hero, no? Walao eh, 这样都可以，真是什么鬼 ？Very nice, very nice. Narix, Rakan Narix, we go in first. Oh. The dance changes the music video. Ah. Right, oh wait, I'm fighting Nagi, right? Should I use Horn for this? Do I go Duter all the way? But I also like Hammer though. I do like a bit of a bonk. Especially if I do bring my Xbox One Series XXSSX, right? I'm bringing my Xbox One Series XXSXS. There. Oh, but the talent though. Fuck, I can choose. Alright. I'll stand by first. What time is now? What? It's already 4:30? No. Alright, now you can join next one. I'll put the members to 4 on the next quest. I only have 1 Nagi left, I think. The Xbonk 1 Series XSXSXSS? Exactly. Truly the best bonk in the game. I'm just so glad that they added a new offset attack for Hamar. It's so good. The spin towards the biggest bonk makes me love the hammer even more. Why are they already fighting already? Why is there already turf war? You're a hammer main typically? I play all the weapons, I feel like, other than light bowgun and heavy bowgun. I'm like, yeah, I just feel like I play a weapon depending on the mood, I guess. Bye bye fish. Eh, nanti, ay yoy. 真的是这样要喊我。Fish. Imagine the fish goes down and then turf war number 2. charge one too many. Got him! Boom! Uh-oh. Not the hip check. Thank you. Oh, don't tank this one. Oh, oops. Wait, you can... what? I can just offset while people are riding it? Nice too. Oh, oops. I creep. Give head, give head. Boom. We have no one that can get the tail. Oh shit, I have to change weapon. Oh, and my other weapon is a dude! I have a dude and a hammer. I can get the tail, fuck. Alright. Can I fast travel now? Dude is great? Yeah, dude is great, but I kinda want a lucky tail. Okay, left, no, left, up, up, go, okay. Alright, I'm gonna try and get the tail real quick. It's all good, don't worry. Change to... which one do I use? I guess I can dual blade. No. Lance? No. Greatsword? I like greatsword. Yeah, greatsword it is. Let's do it. Time to get that tail. Go chicken, go chicken, go. I think there's a trap we can trigger here, no? I think I've done this one the AT oof 2 now. Oh yeah, the one water. Okay. Give tail. Thank you. Double hip check. Give tail. Anyway. Lure? Holy shit, I never seen anyone use lure before. How do you even use lure? Ay. Did they have underwater or was this a commercial? No, there is a small section of underwater fight. Should the luring pod add it? Oh, just like that? Oh, and then it would target you? Ah, okay. So they can delay the runaway for a bit, huh? Tail. Oh fuck. GIF. Going down already? Wow, holy shit. Wait, I never seen multiple people underwater though. What if I cut the tail underwater? That would be funny, no? Ow. Oh, it's over there. Oops. I don't think that hits. Ah, I see what you're trying to do. Okay. Ayaway. Give head. Boom. Ow. Paprik's a pause on the water? Ah, I thought it was cool. Think we're too far from it? Ooh. Dang, thanks for heals. I'm not even drinking as much potion anymore. Oh, did we do it? Nice too. Alright, going up. Oh. Ay, 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 the tail is outside. Maybe if I attack from under the ankle. Yeah, I should have done that. The begins. How tough is his tail? To be fair, I never cut the tail of Lucky before. Because I always use hammer to fight against Lucky. It's a lot easier to use hammer. Nice. Is this what I get for not bringing Destroyer ever? Oh, legit. No. Don't do that again.
Nice.
Oh, holy shit, it died. Hand it back. Hand it back. Didn't get the tail. Unfortunate, but it's okay. Maybe my great sword is getting so bad now. Shit. I should probably use maybe dual blade to get to cut the tail. Maybe. Maybe. Did you run a mega potion twice? Oh, you were the heal. You're crazy with the heals. Whoever Chevron is one heck of support build. Yeah, exactly. I'm Chevron. Hi. Raptor? Raptor is very nice. I mean, usually I play the tutor and then... Yeah, that's fishing. I usually play tutor if I want to heal, and I just like legit spam heal and stun. Run mushroom wide range for Lucky runs before and... Lucky hurts, okay. Alright, that one doesn't count. I want to cut off the tail. Let me try dual blade then. Oh, there's a 69-second cooldown for the fish. Oh, I didn't change my workers? Stupid. Level 3 Gobbler? Nice, I know, right? Hi, Dan. Eat more dragon. Wait. Hey, Narix is gone? One more, one time? Oh, this one is 5 stars. I got called to go activate True Master's font. I'm back now. Oh, True Master's font? Oh wait, settings. Bot Hunter. There we go. Let's try this 5 star. I will drink. 8-5 time to die? Nah, watch this. Watch this. Legit though, I feel like if I use hammer, I won't die against Nuggy. Hammer is too good. 2 offset attacks? So Narik's joining? Is that true? I know level 2 charge is 1. The spinning the spinning move is an offset as well. Is there more? I need my full evade window. It is time to cheat. I like cheating. By having level 5 evade window. Why is that lucky head even from? I don't think I've seen it before. Oh, it's a mod. I downloaded a few mods for this game. Yeah. This one is this replaces Mimi Paitia, something like that. And then my kitty is also a Nagiakris plush. PC player. Oh wait, you're not PC? Oh shit. It's time to use up all your mega potion against Chevron. it's a 5-star 5-star lucky. Oh, do you guys need food? I can use one ticket. What's my kitty doing? It's okay if once I get the tail, I'll start to do it so that you don't use too much of your mega potion. I got most of my item traits for honey. The same. I have 4 honey for Mandragora. I think I have more for Mandragora. Hell yeah, honey good. Oh. Get him, kitty, get him. Free meal is a blessing? Ooh, yeah, free meal is truly a blessing. It's kind of funny how we have 75% free meal in world. And then they were like, nah, it's too much, it's too strong. Everyone has free meal. Get that kitty. Get that kitty. Alright, let's do it. Whilst using rice number? Yeah, 25%. Imagine 75% here, everyone just use level 3 satiated and then 2 max potion for everyone. Oh. Have fun with Cursed Kobold. Might range free meal quest on world. It's a really good one. But then I feel like they buffed Hunting Horn so much that I will play healing with Hunting Horn now. Where is Tekken? We have 4 different weapons? Oh hell yeah. We have a Gunlance main, we have a SNS main, very nice. We have the anime. I mean, I feel like at this point I'm more anime than Longsword, I'm dual blade. Oh fuck. Do we do the thing? Alright, I'm running away. Nice too. Miss multiple hits. Go, Chevron, get him! Hell yeah, get that tail. Oh, nice. I love how everyone's getting the tail now. Ow! I'm alright. I'm good. Oh, that hits behind. Oh my god, I'm wasting so much heal potions. Oh shit. Why is my weapon already green? What is that? Oh, the second one. Oh, I got scared. I'm going back up. Oh my god, I've been hit. Dragon pet, best pet. Oh, I didn't dodge in time. No. What? Well, that's a throw and a half. This laggy. Oh. I forgot about having Mind's Eye for Tail Kun. Do you need Mind's Eye for the Tail Kun? If I don't have Mind's Eye, is it not gonna work as much? say someone respawn? Yeah, I mean every hit against the tail is like gray numbers. But still be possible to cut the tail, no? Oh no! Good news, new cat has been obtained. Oh! New cat? Can I have a look-see? Also, hi Ninya. Mind's eye makes it easier to cut. Oh, hiya. It's okay, I'll try my best to just cut it. DM you saw cat pics on Discord. Thank you. Ooh. That was quick. Oh. Oh. Oh, that one doesn't hurt? Hell yeah. Hey. Oh, big boy. I whiffed. I think so far only hip checks that hurts the most. Crazy how that hits me. What's happening? Did we do it? We did it! Someone did it? Question mark? Chevron, let's go! Yeah, good shit. Let's go. That was perfect. That doesn't look like tail. Oi, nice. Alright, I'm gonna do the shitty thing of like covering it now. Oi, I got it. Yeah. Sent you 4 kitty pics. I named them Gato Sappho. Gato Sappho. I think we might be able to capture it already. I'll do it, it's okay. Oh my god, I was just 1 second too late! Fuck! I'm 0.1 second too late! Summer Samurai. Oh yeah, tail. Anyone? Ugh. I'll catch it. Sappho's the name of an ancient Greek lyricist. Probably one of the few women we know about. Ah, we finally got the tail. Yeah, the tail was weirdly hard to cut, but at least now we know why. We need mind sight for it because tail is not a weak point. I'm nothing. I'm actually nothing. Okay. Okay, I see how it is, game. Okay. This game is like this one. I understand now, huh? The game be like I do nothing one. Hiya. 102 heals. Yeah, that was huge amount of heals. May have overdone it. Nah. Isai from Kunafa. Someone's offering me meal. And it's finally not the stinky vegetable. Alright, I'll be right back. It's finally not Tashid from Shield giving me them raw ass vegetables, okay? Don't like that. Reminder to loot burp nest. I never looted burp nest. I already forgot where it is. Yes. Give me meal. Give me cheese. Rookie numbers. I've seen people with Trainer Plus. I mean, Trainer Plus is like those who use Hunting Horn. I feel like Hunting Horn is easy to spam more heals. Chevron was Sword and Shield, right? Yeah, Sword and Shield. So the buff and heals only comes from potions alone, so I think that's pretty cool. Alright, back to Grand Hub. I think I can fight. I think I can only do one more quest and then I probably have to off now. Because I have badminton tonight. I'm so lazy though. But I have to go badminton. I'm getting too fat. I already forgot where the bird nest is. Oh. Alright, now I want to play the biggest of bongs, okay? I'm bringing up my Xbox Series X6 XS. Alexa, thank you.
Kobo at badminton go bap tile wreck bongo.
Exactly. We don't need Ichu Pie. What do we call Ichu Pie again? We don't need to use the weapon. Okay, look, us kobolds, we don't need the weapon to hit the ball in badminton. I forgot what that thing is called. What do you call that thing? Badminton weapon? Bonker. Slasher. No, not. I don't know what it's called. How did I miss you in 1 second? Oh. Racket? Racket? Oh, oh, badminton racket! 哎呀，我老也真的是妈的，有时候很难啊。Burned. Oh, I mean, that's a shit ton of things, no? This is what happens when you use the lowest possible settings. Yeah. I don't even know what this is. All I know is a ball of fluff with a few polygons on it. Look, it's a miracle that my PC runs this game, okay? It's already a miracle. Alright, what do we fight? What do we fight? I can do one more. What's the quest that you guys been struggling a lot? Like, the hardest one. I want to lose once. Is that weird? Nah. Oh wait, with 4 people, right? You guys want to try the free challenge again? 8-5 core. We can try 4 people and get the rank again. I could use the horn and help you guys. Oh, oh my god, Muffin! Hi Zoro, hi Thunder Moglin. Oh my god. Dragon. I'm bringing more dragon. Hi Breen. Think I'll pass for tuna. Oh. Gonna just go. Oh, prep for out. Okay, okay. Then I'll do one. I'll do one tuna, and I think I'll call it a day as well. That is if you guys want, of course. I'll take the quest. Oh. Why are you changing gender in between? Thanks for the raid, Muffin. I didn't see what you were playing. What were you playing, Muffin? Celeste? Oh, I played Celeste. It's so difficult though. I hope you have a good stream, Muffin. Also, welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Oh wait, I made it as 4 people. 4 people, maybe not. Alright, let me retake the quest again. I'll make it 3 since there's only 3 of us here. Unless you guys want to do something else. I like to change the plushie head. I like the plushie. The plushie head is perfect. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need Meyer Walker. I'm glad you're enjoying Celeste. Oh wait, what's the level limit for this quest? I think Chevron is quite... Yeah, Chevron is quite new. Any quest limit challenge this thing? Shit. Let me check. If it's over 100, then I'll do other quests. 50 or higher, okay. I didn't know, I thought it was 100. Look at this guy with the corn popper. I think this looks pretty cute. There's even the Schnoot physics as well. Schnoot physic. Oh my god. Hey Punchy. I'll try my best to doot. While also stun the mega tuna fish. Oh wait, you have the... Oh, you're wearing Oof Tuna. How Bungie is doing good, how everyone is doing good. Rinosuke, you doing it? Tasty tuna. Exactly. Oh. Wait, Rinosuke disappeared. Wait, Rinosuke did not disappear. Or... Wait, Chevron... Chevron is healing, right? If Chevron is healing, then I'll try to do as much damage as possible. Here, give me a second. Yeah, Chevron's healing. Then I'll need to change my armor. Focus, punishing draw. Is this Raidon's weapon? Yeah, it is. Okay, okay. Gonna go back to camp to restock since the heals go by fast. Yeah, it does. Oh, do you want me to heal? I can help you heal with the doot if you want. If not, I can also try to do the damage for the free challenge. Go for damage? Alright, I'll try. Actually, I'm kinda curious. Then, you guys are playing with me. You're playing on my room, right? Do you guys experience any, like, lag? Since, you know, I'm from Malaysia, and I think it's, like, kind of rare to play in a Southeast Asian server or room, question mark? Trapping a honey on you and lets you convert regular potions to megas for a double stack on them before having to go back to camp. For those points you can pack ingredients for Dust of Life and some for the same application. Pure attack. Level 3 attack. I think that's fine. I'll try my best. I have peak performance, okay. Not Dust of Life because it doesn't work with free meal, I think. I think Dust of Life, yeah, I don't think Dust of Life works. I assume Rinosuke is not joining then? Oh yeah, okay. Then I'll try my best. I'll try my best to not die, okay? This is kind of a hard one. Good luck, we got this. I believe. If I die within 2 seconds, I will apologize, okay? Look, I just need to not get hit by the huge big boy flop, then it should be fine. Oh, I need mega demon dragon shit. Just a second. Oh, I have support hunter, I'm stupid. So this counts as trio then? I'll open it up. I haven't used my longsword in a long time. I'll heal that real quick. I'm not taking the veil. Oh my god. Are you too early? I'm okay. Thank you. Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. I'm so shit actually. It's all good. Don't worry, this quest is like super duper difficult. Oi, so fast. Oh, I didn't recognize that. feels like I shouldn't dodge like that. It's kind of dangerous. Mega flop. Nice dodge. I don't even know how to dodge that shit. Oh my god, I hit air. Actually hit air. Oh my god, big boy. Oh my god, that still hits. Crazy. I feel like I'm not that good. I don't feel like I'm doing enough damage to like. I'm gonna at least do an A rank, right? I'm triggering the trap here. Careful. Oh, I thought that's gonna hit. Oh. I don't want to delete it. Thank you, Sorrow. I'll try my best. Oh, I'm dead. GG. Goodbye. I survived. Oh, defender high. I'm so shit. I'm so shit. I got saved by the defender high, and I didn't poke in time. Oh my god. I'm coming. Maki from Azus is offering me a meal. Like, I'm doing something here. Yeah, that's bad. Nice too. I'm fine. Not again. Oh my god, I don't know how I didn't get hit. I'm doing it. I have to do it at least once. God damn it. Man, I feel kind of bad. I feel I won't. Oh yeah, it's been 10 minutes. I don't think I have enough attack to do it. I want to at least get an A from this. Might get a bit too early. Oh shit, okay. Oh yeah. Am I hitting air? Thank you. I have to dodge this one. Yo, nice. That's not the best way to dodge it. Oh, thank you. I don't know how they hit the first time always. Like 2 hits on the initial flop. Hey! You got this. Nice, good shit. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh my god, my PC is actually dying. Yeah, no. It's already run away too many times. Oh! Ah, I looked at it wrong. I got this. Thank you. Ooh. Oh, I see it. Oh, is it going back?
No.
Yeah, I'm not. My damage is not enough. Not even close on getting an A here. Oh, honey. Dang, and then a few hits down there. Oh, that is truly a few hits. I think we can attack a little bit. Okay, and then we leaves. Ooh. It's okay, I got this. Oh, there's no more trap source to trigger. We have to run away with. Whoa. Oh, Wedge Beetle is a thing. I forgot about Wedge Beetle is a thing. I'm stupid. Ya boy Hellfire. A very ya boy moment right there. Hey, fuck that. Thanks for the follow. You know, I should stick with greatsword here instead of using longsword. Unfortunate. I'm so bad. I couldn't even get an A. I get almost a C. Hiya! Die to mega flop and then almost get a C. Oh wait, that's a new move. Oh wait, triangle, triangle, triangle into that? Oh. Oh wait, that's a cool move. And then into this one into reset. It's so shit though. It's so shit though. My longsword is shit. I should have stuck with greatsword. I feel like my greatsword going against UF 2 now would be much better. Also, hi Lex. I almost forgot to say. Oh, did I? I don't remember. Sneak attacks, focus strikes on wound. Oh wow, I didn't even do focus strike as much. I feel like I should do more focus strikes. Like, heck yeah. Uh oh, I thought I saw a polygon man. The polygon character. Man, my PC is like slowly dying. Look at the polygon leg. Is that a polygon leg? That is, right? Oh no, that's normal. Oh, is that normal? I think that's normal. That looks very normal. Well, normal too, in a way, I guess. I don't know. I couldn't even get A ring. My longsword bad. Well, I'm gonna stop here for today. I'm going to have badminton after. I wanna see if I completed any like daily quests. I don't even see what the daily quests need. Cliff, event quest, Gypseros. I got one. Event quest and one high rank. One high rank Gypseros. Doing all of that would give one flame fat ticket. Huh. Okay, I'll stop here for now. Thanks for playing. I'm gonna close the game now. Save and quit. I thought I could maybe get an A rank towards the end, but no. No. What time's now? 5:48? Yeah, I have to go. I have to go eat dinner real quick and then relax for a bit, and then it will be badminton. Yeah, I need to eat dinner a little bit earlier today so that I can have time to digest the food. Yeah. Peace. Heck yeah. I thought I could at least get an A with your help. because you were healing so good, and I was like, oh shit, it's my time to shine. But no, I did nothing. my my fucking longsword damage is not good enough. Oh man. But hey, thanks for playing. Heck yeah. Oh, did I just see Akobob's strum? Wow, look at that! It's Akko. Oh, I guess I know who to raid. So good, heck yeah. Yep, heck yeah. Why am I so hungry though? I ate a really nice brunch. I think it could be counted as lunch already, since I ate it at almost like 12. No, 11:30, something like that. It's a brunch. See ya. Have a good day. Get food with Hungry? Yeah, I'm gonna go get food real quick. I think this week I'm probably not going to do any art for now, since I'm going to be traveling a little bit on next Monday. So yeah, I kinda want to game as much as possible. Game as much as possible before going on the trip, huh? Cannot believe it. Wow. So yeah, next Monday, I think I'll get back at. Let me check the calendar. Can I see how? Oh, I'll be back on 17 August. Yeah, August 17 I'll be back. Then 18 I'll do one stream because it's Monday. Food. I need food. So yeah, of course I'll announce all of this on Discord so that people will know, right? The Kobo is gonna go missing for a week. But it's not actually going missing. Kobo's gonna go for a trip. So yeah. I'm going to plug my things. Yeah. Oh my god, so many pads. The fairy pad is pretty good, but the Celeste pad is truly on another level, I feel like. The slow pad, the little noise that she makes is like, ooh. Well, for the according to the emote anyway, so that's so good. Anyway, I have a coffee, right? And I'm gonna let Bernie do the talking here for a bit. This stupid motorbike. Anyway, hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Yeah, coffee. There's a monthly subscription thing for coffee as well, so I think that's pretty good. Heck yeah. It is a very good pet emote. It's a very good pet emote. My pet emote is like the basic one. Yeah, the basic one. Let me unpin this message. There we go. Yeah, my pet is like the generic hand pet. It's not hand drawn animated. So yeah, I mean that pet emote is hand drawn, makes it even crazier. And I also have a Discord channel, which I will be announcing. I will be announcing my absence on Discord this Saturday. Yeah, I mean, I'll announce it over there so that people would know that I'm gonna be missing for a week. Hi Swift. And I think that's pretty much it, question mark? Yeah, I'm gonna go get food real quick. I'm getting hungry, even though it's been only 5 hours? Yeah, only 5 hours. Right. Here's the right message. We're gonna write into a specific bird. That's a right message, but of course, if you don't have my emote, feel free to use whichever emote you guys want. Preferably not more than 4, since we don't want to flood the chat box too much. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Right, let me type in the rate to a certain bird. Okay, there we go. Although I believe they're playing a Spanish version of the game, but I think they're pretty okay with English. Yeah, they're pretty okay with English. Yeah, it's fine, Okay. Okay, I type in the raid. I'm not too sure what to do tomorrow, but I feel like tomorrow I kinda want to show a little bit of Killer Instinct. Chances are low though, because I don't know if I'm even going to find a match in Killer Instinct, but I'll give it a try. Uppies? Oh my god. I get towards the end uppies from Brian. Hi Brian. Show a cake for tomorrow? No. I didn't even make a cake. How do you want me to show a cake? Oh, Salo's emote's also pretty good. Yeah, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Akko Borb. Boom. Honestly, that spell the Kobo redeemed always makes me so happy. Can I say that? Is it weird? I hope not. Because I'm just imagining, like, you know, lately I realized how much I like being small. Shit. Wanna play Peak? When play Peak? I don't have Peak. Right, because it makes me feel like I'm small. It is also intentional that I made the hands and everything so big. It is for a good reason. Alright, it is for a good reason. Ankle biter, exactly. Watch out, I'm gonna bite your ankles. Small bean. I think I started realizing this when Dida raided me last time. Yeah, last week Dida raided me. The raid message was something along the line of like little kobold something. And then I just realized, oh, I kind of like being called a little kobold. That's how I know, yeah, that's how I know. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Mwah. Bye bye, take care. Football size, look, I'm not that small. Okay? I'm small, but I'm not football size small. Shit.